let's get started. Welcome everyone. I hope everyone's going well tonight. We're going to continue on with what we were doing last week with essentially doing the mock-up and so forth like that. I am going to continue. Today we've got to get the router sort of started and so forth like that, and we've got to sort of, you know, build up how we're going to implement things. Once again, we're only going to do it in a vertical slice. So yeah, let's get straight into it. I'm just going to close everything. What we're going to do, we're going to open up this. We're just going to minimize everything. I'm pretty happy with how the design is going so far. I'm not going to worry just yet with the mobile view. What I do want to do is I want to get the routing started. So yeah, let's get that started. All right, so what I want to do is in here, I want to go into source. We've got the router and we've got a basic sort of index sort of stuff. We're also going to open up the documentation. We're going to root router. We're just going to open it up. We're just going to do that. We're going to do that so you guys can also read at the same time. There we go. I'm just going to go straight into the documentation. Yeah, we'll just do the getting started. So with the basic example, we've already started putting in these router links onto the into the sidebar. So I'm not fussed about that. That's all done. We haven't done any of this main router view just yet. So we're going to jump straight into that. So we've got the app, we've got the navbar, we've got the sidebar. What I'll probably do is we're going to have to do a simple main like so. And we're just going to put it in router view. Easy done. I don't think we need to pull in anything. I think that's pretty much it. Just to be consistent with how we're setting this all up, because yeah, they've got that in cam case with their capital at the start. Now we're just going to create the routes. So that shouldn't be too hard. We go into here, in here, we just got to bump this down and we've got to start creating the routes. What I'm going to do is under components, we've got all the components up there. So we've got the aside and the navbar. What we can do is we can create a directory and we can go project. And we can start putting all the project stuff in here. We can also do error. We can then put in here view component not found, and compositional API. Sure. In here, what we can do is we can go 404 not found. We can then go a simple little P statement saying, sorry, we could not find object. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up here. We're going to go const data equals define. Oh, I don't know how to do this in the compositional. All right. Data's definitely spelled with 2 A's, you know. It's got to be data. All right. We want reactivity. Gotta make sure I'm on the latest one. I'm just gonna go into the docs itself. Yeah, compositional, there we go. Reactivity fundamentals. So we've got to count ref. All right, cool. Yeah, I think that's it. It's how we've got to do it from now on. So I'm going to go over here. We're just going to go like this. We're just going to do that. And then essentially we'll have like our const in this sort of case, I'm just going to call it object equals ref. I'm just going to put in that for the moment, and then down here we're just going to go object. Actually no, this will be computed. Alright, so this would be, we're just going to go const object type equals computed, and we're going to do an arrow function. At the moment, we're going to return just unknown, and we'll figure this out as we go along. Oops. Did it again. All right, can't type at the moment. So at the moment, that's just going to return an object type of unknown. We're not too fussed about that at all. Yeah, we're doing this in baby steps at the moment. So now we've got our unknown. Let's do our project page. Once again, we're going to go compositional. We're just going to go project. Ooh, we should do one for new project. Compositional. And then in here, we're just going to go new project. Easy done. We're also going to do one for project information. If I can type. Information. Yep, and then we'll go header one, project information, like so. All right, cool. So yeah, good, easy done. I'm gonna bump everything onto not found that we haven't set up. Once again, we're going to do vertical slices, with the idea being we'll focus on just one little tiny concept. Once we got that all polished and so forth like that, that's when we'll discuss bringing in all the other stuff. And and once again, this is all for mocking up. This is for us to do sort of tests. This is us to set up everything to be like, all right, cool. This is going to be the new standard of how we're going to do things. This is where we want to get to, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, vertical slice is great for that, because if you sort of figure something out and you're like, this doesn't work, at least you didn't do it across everything. You only done it in that little tiny area, and you fix it up for that little tiny area. And once you're 100% happy with it, that's when you want to sort of implement it out. So going back into the router, we're going to actually import a couple of things. So first we want to import the not found from, and this is where I'm just going to go the @ and then go components, and then go error, and then go not found.view. Then I'm going to import the new project, and project, actually no, it'll be new project from components, project, and then there'll be the new project, and then import project from, and once again, project information. Easy done. We're all happy with that. Now we're just going to do the routes. Whoa, why did I compress it like that? Oh my god, the linter is just absolutely mental. All right, forward spaces, open prettier settings. All right, cool. We could do manual one, but no. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what's wrong with my prettier, but it's not a thing I have to worry about at this particular moment. So going with the routes, what I want to do is I want to click on the stream health. Let's go over here. Let's go into here. So it's just something very basic like these. So we're just going to do that very, very quickly. I'm also going to add in a dashboard. I'm just thinking about the naming. I'm going to leave a dashboard for the moment. That's perfectly fine. Once again, we're scoping things out and all that kind of fun stuff. So we're just going to put in dashboard for this. That's fine. We don't need to worry about anything around that. What we do want to worry about is we can close that. We can close that. We can close the new project. We've got the project information. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. We'll keep that one open. We'll keep the app open. There is. We need to paste these in. I'm just using these for references at the moment. So we'll have path is that, and that's actually going to be the dashboard. And I'm gonna get rid of that, and I'm gonna have name dashboard into there. That's perfectly fine. I'm gonna import dashboard from that. That's going to be awesome. We're gonna get rid of those from here. It's just the same sort of thing. So path, we don't want the / dashboard, but what we do want is project / new. And that's going to be component, new project. We're going to put in a name, new project in there. All right, cool. We've got the path, project ID, all that kind of stuff. Yep, that's perfectly fine. And then everything else, we're going to go to the 404 page. So let's figure out how that's actually done. At the moment, they've only just got these two in here, and then yeah, it's just history router and export router. All right, cool. I think it's, I know I saw this the other day. We'll definitely be using this in here to get the object and so forth. But yeah, once again, we'll figure that out when we get there. Names, routes, that's what we've done here for the name routes. Yep, we're happy with that. Nested routing. I'm not worried about nested routing just yet. Because that is definitely something that we'll have to look at when we're dealing with child objects and so forth like that. So the route will have the parent object in it. Yeah. All right, those are just making all of that. So I'm just going to scroll down to the bottom just in case I did see it down here. No. All right. Is this free? Ah, boo. All right. Routes matching syntax. But in some cases we want static. All right, cool. I'm not. I'm just going to quickly just Google this. So view 3 routing not found. And Theodore, how are you going? How have you been? Hopefully you've been well. Welcome back. We have started work on 032. So at the moment it's in the mock-up sort of state. This is, excuse the hot pink, that's just there as a placeholder to state that, yeah, we're going to work on that. Yeah, so at the moment it's like this. Yeah, feedback would be lovely. Yeah, we're just mocking things up at the moment. As someone who also uses Ubuntu as their main OS, what's the reason why you chose Ubuntu? Why not Fedora, Debian, or Arch? Good question. So, I keep falling back onto the Debian-based Linux distros, mainly because I prefer apt-get over Yum and so forth like that. As I've gotten older, I just want things to work, which is why I've always fallen back onto Ubuntu. Whereas Debian, Debian's great on older sort of stuff, but with newer hardware, can be hit and miss. I did use Debian for a very, very long time, and yeah, and that's pretty much it. It's just personal preference. And now that I'm used to Ubuntu, that, and also I've run a couple of Ubuntu servers, and I maintain a couple of Ubuntu servers and stuff like that. So actually having this as a main driver means I don't need to worry about the differences between the two distros. And there are small differences between distros. So. All right, I don't need that one open. I was doing this. So, well, I don't know why that one's still open. All right, so they got the routes, route created the routes. I did see this the other day. And now I can't find it. All right, so there's the route, so the component. Oh, is that it? All right, cool. That will be the not found. Easy done. So what I want to do, fallback method. All right, fallback page. Hey, can you do neofetch? What do you mean by neofetch? Like, are you asking me to what? Same reasons with me, Richard just works. Yeah, yeah. Like the Kubernetes stuff, neofetch. Do I occasionally use AI, and what's your advice to someone learning the basic fundamentals? Like for me, I'm currently learning vanilla JavaScript. So my advice is to build stuff. .neofetch is showing the computer spec. Oh, okay. I don't have it. Sorry. I'll actually close that one because I already got the. My recommendation is to build stuff. What you could potentially do is look at building something small. Very small at the start, something that will take an hour, maximum 2, and then just build another thing and build another thing and so forth like that. Don't build anything big straight away. You want these tiny little blocks. And then after a little while, have a look back at these particular projects because you would have learned a lot in that time and see if you can build them better. Yeah. As for AI, use it as a tool, not a crutch. So, a good example is if you're using AI to do all the problem solving, you yourself won't do that problem solving, so you won't learn how to problem solve. However, you can get it to give you tips and hints and stuff like that, but in the end, you should be doing the work. Especially if you're learning, start doing all the boilerplate and so forth like that to understand what the boilerplate is doing. And if I do use AI, it's usually quite literally research. So I get it to sort of give me ideas or something like that. I also get it to help me with things I am not good at. So I'm terrible at writing and document writing. So I might get it to actually write out something. However, that being said, to make myself get even better, I then rewrite it, or I try and write it and I get it to review what I've written. And then I get the ideas that it, gives me, and I implement them myself. So, yeah. All right, so that's all unknown. Projects. Oh, that's different. Projects. Oh yeah, that's search project. All right, cool. I haven't set up the search yet. All right. Do you also feel scared of failing? Sometimes I feel like I'm stupid learning programming. I used to. I'm not gonna lie. I used to be afraid of failing and mucking up and stuff like that. However, that being said, failing is just part of the learning process. There is a term called fail hard, fail fast. So you try and fail as fast as possible. If you're not failing, it means you're doing something right. But if you fail fast, it means you're doing something wrong, and that track ain't going to go nowhere. So you can pivot very quickly and do something else. I learnt that from, what was it? It was one of the books I read ages ago about, I think, lean programming. I forgot. It was essentially a book talking about building up startups and so forth like that, where you'll build up something to a proof of concept, you get it tested. If it doesn't take any traction whatsoever, you failed, you pivot, you try and do something else, and so forth like that, with the idea of eventually you'll get somewhere. Yeah, cheers. So, yeah. Yeah, don't worry about failing at all. I failed heaps of times, don't worry about that. All right, so I need a search module. So what I'm going to do, component, sorry, not module, component. So I'm just gonna write in search in here. We're just going to, once again, just boom we're just gonna go search. Yeah, compositional, we'll just do this. We'll do a header one, and we'll just type in search. Easy done. Once again, these are all just placeholders. We're then going to in the routes, we're going to put in the search, import search from, there we go, it found it really quickly. We're just going to go path, and then we're going to go search, and then we're just going to go destination, and then we're going to go component search, yep, and then we're just going to go name search. It's done. I like to include the names and stuff like that. Over here, we're just going to refresh. So we've got the search up and running now. It's probably hidden because it's up there and so forth like that. So I need to actually do some more CSS to make it appear. Not a problem at all. I'm just trying to think how I could potentially do this. Now, at the moment, this particular block itself, if we actually inspect it, I'll bring this off to the left so you guys can actually see it. So this is a side block. You can see it's a display block. I've got position fixed. Yeah. All right, position fixed. I'm gonna untick the display none. I'm gonna untick that. So, oh yeah, it falls back onto that. We're gonna get rid of that. Now, note the side block is still there. So I'm just having a quick think, and so forth like that. The idea here is I'm trying to determine whether or not I want this a part of the DOM or if it'll float over the top. Now on mobile phone, I want it to float over the top. It might be one of those things that on desktop, what I could do is I can add in a class sidebar open onto the main, and then the main will handle a margin to the left. That way we can see things on the page and people can then keep this open. So if I hit refresh, so currently we've got something happening at the moment. So sidebar open is on the navbar class. If I actually close that, notice how the navbar class now has nothing in there, and then I'll add it back in, it reappears, and you can see sidebar open, we're doing that. And what I could do is, I've just noticed that that's two different things. All right, so all right, I might fix up a little bit of this just to be consistent. Instead of sidebar, I'm going to go aside, because that's what it is. Aside open. All right, cool. Yeah, we'll just fix up a little bit of the coding sort of stuff. So we'll go sidebar in here first just to find it. There's actually quite a number of stuff. Yeah, that will. I'm gonna have to rewrite that one. Oh, that's fine. I'm just gonna close everything. What I'm gonna do is gonna do that. So we've got a few things here. So I'm just going to go top down. This will be very, very quick for me to actually re-implement. I need to open up stores. What I'm going to do is sidebar. That's a pretty simple store. I'm going to bump that off to the right over there. I'm just going to go new file. We're going to go aside store.ts. I want to, oh, it's under stores though. Do I need the store? I'll just do something like that. And once again, this is us just mocking things up. We're always going to tweak it and stuff like that because it's just that vertical slice until we're actually happy with it. So stores, and then we've just got aside.ts, and then what we want to do, import defined store. We're just going to import that. We're going to export a const use a side store. That's going to be a defined ID, yep, and then we've just got the state, which will return is sidebar open. And by default, we're going to go true. Easy done. So when the user reloads the page, it'll always be open. All right. Oops. I don't know how I did that, but I did it. Another thing I've just noticed is we won't need these. And then what we'll need is actions. And then we'll just need the toggle sidebar open. And that will be this is sidebar open is the opposite of is sidebar open. However, I'm going to rename this is aside open because we don't want sidebar in there anymore. We're getting rid of that terminology. We just copy and paste. Oi, double click. Just do all that. Easy done. And that will work. I don't know why that's complaining. And then we'll need to toggle aside. I don't know. It's come back. I'm not worried about that at all. What we're going to do that, do that. I'm happy with that at the moment. Let's get this called. So we need to go into our main.ts. I'm going to get rid of... I don't think we need it there. No, we don't need that. That's perfectly fine. All right, cool. App view, we don't need it there. Sweet. It will probably be, if we go into the components, we've got the aside. We're going to scroll up and we're using the store here. So I'm going to just delete that. I'm going to go const. In this sort of case, it's going to be aside store equals that. We're just going to go over here and go aside store is aside open. We're then going to aside open. That's what we're going to do. And then here we'll just go aside store toggle aside. We're going to go close aside. Like so. We're going to get rid of that. That's actually going to be aside item. Yeah, we're no longer using sidebar. We're quite literally just stating exactly what the HTML tag we're using is. It'll make it a lot easier for people to find stuff. Like, specifically me. So, yeah. Okay, so the next thing I got to do is got to delete the sidebar stuff. But before I do, I'm going to double check this. So I'm going to put it on there on the side. So this is a side open, which is that. I don't know what's wrong. It's that. All right, cool. Easy done. So I'm going to get rid of that. All right, so how are we doing? Got all that working. Sweet. Done. Get rid of the sidebar. We're going to probably cause some problems, but that's perfectly fine. I am just going to delete it. This is a small little tiny thing. This is fine. We come across a problem, we will fix it very, very quickly. We're going to do another search for sidebar. Now we've got this in here. It doesn't exist anymore, so we're getting rid of it. And what we want to do is we want to import, actually before we actually get rid of it, I want to go import use aside store like so. We'll probably end up moving this into the compositional stuff next, because it won't take me long to do that. It'll take me just a few seconds, really. All the hard work's there. Anyway, we've reached ad time on Twitch. For those on YouTube, we run ads every half an hour on Twitch to stop pre-rolled ads. You just get to see me for about 90 seconds. Well, at least 60 seconds now. I do have a Rubik's Cube somewhere over here. Which we can solve. We've also got socks. However, as you see, she likes to get in front of me and the camera. She's like, oh yeah, scratchy. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, they're over here. Socks, they're over there. Yeah, they're there. Alright. Hopefully everyone's going well today. What is today? Wednesday. Alright. Oh, tomorrow's going to be really busy for me. So, alright. Cool. So, we're about 15 seconds left of the ads. Alright. We're just going to do that. There we go. There's the cube, and welcome back everyone. Alright, getting back into it. I am going to move this into the compositional sort of format. I am setup, define components. Yeah, we don't need to define components or anything like that. I'm going to take off my joystick very quickly because it is still hot. Ooh, I don't know if that was the microphone or if it was actually the cable. The cat is watching what you code. Yeah, she's making sure I don't code in any bugs or anything like that. So yeah, how are you, Felix? In leg? Hopefully you're going well. So I've already forgotten how we're going to import the state. Because how do they do it? Stores. Oh, all right. Yeah, no, that's pretty easy. I'm going to put this over here because once again, I'm not quite used to the compositional layout of Vue. So yeah, we might as well use it. So we will have components that we're importing. So they still get imported. So that won't. Oops. Wrong shortcut. That won't. The search and menu. Oh, yes. They might. Lucinda View next. Oh, yeah, those are the icons. Yes. So I'm just going to cut them for a quick second. I'm just going to write in icons. I'm just going to, oops, wrong key. I'm just going to paste those in very quickly. Define component won't be needed. We'll need the stores set up, so we'll need to write in stores in here. We'll go const aside store. We'll use that like that. We'll get rid of that then. We'll get rid of that then. We won't need the name. We won't need the components. The data we'll need to do. Now, I did this the other day on the other mock-up. Now I do really need the data here. All right. So I want to import ref from Vue. And then what I want to do, data, it'll be const search model equals ref, and then we're going plain empty string for the start. And the reason being is you don't load up a page and the search bar has something already in there. No, we don't worry. Anyway, that should handle that. Now the computed section, can't type. Computed section, navbar classes, so we'll need const navbar class equals computed. We're actually going to yank that because that's exactly what we want. That can be done in one line, that's perfectly fine. It's not long enough, people can still read that. It's a simple, okay, cool, it's just a simple computed sort of thing. Where we just do all of that. Now that computer is different to what I've got over there. Oh no, it's the same with what I got over there. Okay, all right, yep, I'm happy with that. That was the only computer, that was, yeah, that one. And then our methods. So we're just gonna write down methods here. We'll have the function open aside. And that is just going to be this dot, no, it won't be this dot toggle. It'll be aside store dot toggle aside. And what we can do is, because we're using TypeScript, we can clearly state, there's going to be a void stuff there. So getting rid of all of that now. I need to import that, so that needs to be import. That will be aside use a side store from that. All right, cool. Over here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut that out. I'm going to paste that. Oh, like so. All right. The template stays the same. The nav, now that will be a little bit different. So as we've removed the old naming conventions and stuff like that, we just got to remove it from down here. So instead of sidebar open, it'll be a side open to match this class up here. Navbar, we've got sidebar open. Once again, we've got to get rid of that and go a side open. And a quick way to do all of this is if we just open up that, we've got sidebar open over here. That one will be a side open. And then we just do it with the, I'm going to file mask this. Now I'm not worried about sidebar. Because we've got the aside, all aside. All right, cool. We've made all those changes. So if we go back into here, I'm going to bump that off to the right and we're going to hit refresh. This should all just be working still. Sweet. All right, now that I've done that, let's start working on the routing components and stuff like that. So we've kind of got it working. I'm just thinking what we could potentially do for the main, in the sense that the sidebar itself, so HTML tricks aside, not W3 schools, developer, yeah, that'll do. And I'll go like this so you guys can also read. Essentially the sidebar, just output. All right, cool. Is there something? Okay, it's just over there. No, that's perfectly fine. Having a quick look. Oh, sorry. Big yawn. I can place it down as a block and do all that kind of fun stuff, which then sort of manipulates what's in the main. Or I can do what I did with the nav bar and just have that side open stuff in there. Now that being said, it means I'm starting to do the same thing in multiple places, and that's where I'm almost like I should be moving this somewhere else. But yeah, no, that'll be fun. Let's go over here. Let's open up the app. I'll move that back over here. So we'll close the nav bar. It's no longer needed. We've got the app here. I'm going to close that one. Now we've just got a main sort of thing, and then we've got the router view. We could potentially compress this even more and have main out on its own thing. But at the same time, I'm going to go no. Let's not go too crazy at the moment. Let's keep main in here with a router view. And this gives us the ability to go import, use a side store. Yep, perfect. And then what I want to do is stores, const. We're going to go a side store equals use a side store. And then in here, what we've got is we're going to do a vbind. We can just do something like that. If the class equals what did we call it somewhere else? Where was that navbar? Trust me to change things up. We can essentially do something like navbar class. So this will be main class. Up here, what we want to do is we're going to have computed. It's computed for a reason, so we're just going to go const main class equals computed, and oops, and it's just that. Nearly took out socks then. She would have been really, oops. Hang on. Don't undo stuff. Thank you. I'm going to 24. I'm mistyping, sorry. All right, down here, we're just going to go aside open, margin left, and it'll be very much similar to the navbar. It will be essentially this one line in here. Now, you could easily state, why aren't you... hang on, let me think. You could easily state that, why aren't you doing that everywhere else? Why are you doing that everywhere? And why aren't you doing something generic? That would be a good question. I mean, we can. It's a simple answer. We really, really can. But in reality, it's only in 2 places at the moment. If it was in 3 places, then yeah, definitely I'll be setting that up. All right, so now the aside open, I don't think that will work because if we hit refresh, we've got this. Yeah, that didn't work. And because it will be very different. So if we do 255 pixels on the left, another thing I want to do is we do actually have somewhere the fact that we've got hot pink. It's on the index. So down here, body style, that's where we've got the hot pink at the moment. So I'm going to get rid of that because we're at that point where I'm happy to get rid of it. What we want to do then is I'm just going to put that over there. We've got the app. This is doing the main. We've got the main class. Main class, if the aside is open, it'll be aside open. Aside open, it'll do something like that. And then what I'm going to do, background color, I'm going to do hot pink here. And the reason being is it's an easy sort of thing to be like, all right, cool, we've set hot pink there. All right, so aside open, that's going to happen now. I'm going to refresh everything. We've got something wrong. All right. And then if I get rid of that, boom, everything works perfectly fine. But if I do that, we've then got hot pink throughout the main and so forth like that. So I'm going to... it's cascading. Okay, because it's in this class up here, it then moves all the way down. What I need to do here is I need to set main, because that's the tag, dot aside open, and that's where we do something like that. There we go. However, the hot pink is not appearing, which makes me a little worried. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a look at the main itself. So we've got this side, yeah, we'll piss that off. Yeah, it's main. I could just put that up here, like that. And then we can refresh. That is building. Yep, that is building. All right. Yeah, I'm screwing up somewhere. All right. I'm gonna open up that. I'm gonna hit that. I'm going to copy that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here and oops. I'm gonna do that. And now we've got hot pink. Okay, cool. All right, I'm going to put the hot pink back on at the index level. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to undo there'll be a reason for this. You'll see it in a couple of seconds, in fact. And what I'm going to do, instead of hot pink down here, we're going to pick another color. We're going to pick sky blue. All right, once again, we're going to remove these colors. The reason being is, as you can see, I can now see on this what this is doing and where it lands and so forth like that. And I can shift it around to get it perfectly in place. So that way we can go, all right, cool, that's going to be the dimensions for this. So I am going to inspect this. We are going to click on main. Now in reality, I want main to actually take at least the minimum width, the minimum height of this whole entire application. The idea being is, I just do. I just do. All right, so now from this, we can instantly see that it doesn't line up perfectly with the aside. The aside itself actually has a little bit of padding. So it's width 255 with 4 pixels of padding. So it's 255 plus 8, which gives us 63. So if I do a refresh, here it is. So I'm just gonna bump on this at the moment. We've got our main, that lines up perfectly. Now we're just gonna get it to line up perfectly on the top. So we've got the margin left. We actually don't have anything up there, and I'm just wondering if the app itself is doing anything. We've got the HTML up at the top, we've got the hero, we've then got the body. The body shouldn't have any padding or anything like that, and I don't know why it's been bumped down. That is weird. I'm gonna see what happens on Chrome. Excuse my French. I hate when you start typing things out and Chrome pops up with stuff and you accidentally click on it. I think that is the most horrible thing, because it means if I'm not paying attention, you can just randomly install stuff. All right. So on here, we've got the header one. Yeah, we've got the main and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, the body doesn't sit all the way up at the top. Just trying out one little tiny thing. All right, that's working. But then our div app still has a problem. Okay, I'm gonna close that. We're gonna bump back over here. So yeah, the body for some reason, the head's fine. That's fine. Yeah, all of that's fine. All right. I'm just annoyed that this isn't. Yeah, now it's got padding. Go padding 0. Actually, sorry, it didn't have padding. If we go margin 0. Ah. Hang on. No. I'm just gonna get on the computer. Yeah, there's nothing on there. All right, let's have a look. Quick look. HTML body not at top of page. All right. Please check your header tag. Run the code. Remove. Ah. Good point. Okay. Just going to refresh, and what I'm going to do is on the search page, I'm just going to have nothing at the moment. Actually, I'm going to have that, but first I'm going to go style equals margin 0, padding 0, leave it like that. We're all happy with that. We're going to go back into here. We're just going to hit refresh. So if we click on Kanban board, and then let's just click on something like that. Now the body's up to the top. That was the problem. All right, cool. So now I can work with this, knowing what the problem is. We can set global sort of stuff. Yeah, not going to be a problem. So if I minimize everything, we open up this, we open up our source, we open up our, oh, we don't actually have CSS in here. Oh. I'm gonna create a directory. I'm gonna call it styles. In here, I'm going to call it main.css. Cool, that's all fine. We also do want to eventually use Sass. I just think it's more powerful and a lot easier to use. Yeah, all right. So I'm getting distracted by the cube again. So in here, what we want to do is we want to put in header 1. We're just going to put in header 1, header 2, header 3, all that kind of stuff. For the moment, we're going to go, we're not going to worry about the font family at the moment. We're just going to worry about margin, and we're just going to put 0. We will edit this in a minute. We do need to import that into, I think, into here. I'm going to have to see what I did with the other mock-up. Actually, I'm going to have a look at the number picker. New window. Trust project. Just very, very quickly, because, yeah, I've got the styles.css here. Okay, cool. I had it at that level. All right, it's just importing it. All right, cool. Yeah, we can do that. All right, so we're gonna close this. We're going to open up main. In here, we're going to go import, and then we're going to go at styles, and we're just going to go main CSS. That's perfectly fine. From that particular main CSS, we can split down the folders and stuff like that. That would be really great if it gets really, really large. So now that that is done, we should, in theory, not have that problem anymore. All right, cool. And it looks like we're not. I'm going to inspect this. We can see main's all the way up to the top with the side and all that sort of stuff. The body fits perfectly. I'm happy with this. I'm going to say this is working how we want it to. Let's now click on the main, and what I want to do is we want to sort of do a margin top now. So if we go margin top, I think it was 68 pixels. No, and if we keep moving this down, we can get it perfect. So this is 45 pixels, and if we close that, yeah, it should be 45 pixels. So if we go into the app.view, we've got the main scope open. So what I want to do, .main, and we just want to do margin top, and that was 45 pixels. We're happy with that. Sorry. I just inhaled a hairball. Sorry about that. The joys of having a cat at this time of year. Hairball Central. All right, let's get back into it. So we've got that. I'm gonna keep the sky blue for the moment. The reason being is I just want to see all of this work out. Cool. What we actually want to do is we want to go height is min height, I should say, because I don't mind if it extends past this height. And it'll be calculated, it'll be 100 view height and minus 45 pixels. And then if we have that page, it just does something like that, and we're happy with that. And I'm like, great, cool. There is our sky blue. That's just a little bit of a placeholder for the moment. And if we go into the other ones, all of that should work perfectly. We're not going to design these components today. We're just getting everything sort of set up with the routing and so forth like that, and how we want it to work. Yeah, it's a little, we do a little couple of things, and we come back, we review, we do a little bit more, we change stuff around. But yeah, it's going to be annoying for the first couple of weeks, the first month or two. So yeah, we've got all of that sort of set up. All right, so what do we want to do? Well, for starters, I'm now happy with that. We want to get the routing working on here. So when someone clicks on something, it's meant to do this selected type of view. Now, one of the little problems that we have in the sidebar, I'll open it up. So we've got all the components like this, which does mean if we keep adding more and more and more and more and more, it does add into this quite a bit. Ooh, we've just hit another ad break. All right. Look how hairy, furry Socks is at the moment. You know, it's just coming off. All right, she's looking very regal. She's like, hey, look down here. Say hello. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, one thing which I want to kind of do is with the menu, sort of move it. Now the thing is, it's fine like that. It's the values aren't going to be mutated at all, except this is one of those things where I might do a permission check on the front end to see if a user has permissions to add things. So it might be an idea to set defaults and then sort of remove stuff. Another thing which I want to do tonight is transitions too. So yeah, there's quite a lot of things that I gotta think about. Anyway, welcome back everyone. All right, cool. Let's get back into it. So, the idea being is if any of these are selected, I want it to be pick it. I want it to pick it. So, and that depends on the route itself. Yes. So I'm just having a good think. Sorry, I'm just thinking how I want to actually tackle this problem. Because I know if I'm going to go ahead with when the user loads up the page and stuff like that, it will contact the backend and then load everything up. The dashboard will also probably load up all their permissions. Yeah, I'm going to have a little skeleton appearing for this. Yeah, I know socks, a skeleton. All right, so what do I mean? So users have multiple different permissions. Sometimes they might not have any permissions for, let's say, projects or something like that. So if we have, let's say, projects in here, like that, and then let's say they do have permissions for tasks. Like so. I can't draw. We want this one to hide, so we don't want this one to render out at all, but we want this one to render out. So when a user loads up the page for the very first time, it will probably contact the API for the user's permissions. We'll need a skeleton on the menu to show that, hey, we haven't received any data yet. Yeah. And then once that's all sort of loaded up, what will actually happen is all of that information will appear. Everything else will be async. It is, it's not necessarily needed for the menu. The menu will be absolutely separate. Yeah, we just need a placeholder. So, oops, didn't mean to do that. So there is a view suspense. But the one problem is, it is an experimental feature and the API can change. The last thing we want to do is implement this and then later on have to re-implement it across the board. So I am leaning on this just because it is an inbuilt functionality and I don't need to build out anything for it. So for example, it'll fetch something, it'll do an await fetch. Yeah, and I think we can mock this up very, very quickly to actually set up something. So yeah. Yeah, so there'll be a suspense, there'll be, let's say, the dashboard, and the fallback. Alright, so the dashboard might have something that isn't fully loaded yet, in which case the template will be the skeleton. This will be a lot easier to do. If we have a look at Vue 3 skeleton, there are third-party sort of stuff for it. Also this is, I had a little read about this the other day and I wrote some notes, in which case, yeah, they're just doing a load data and all that kind of fun stuff. And then when the setup, so async setup, it will get the data and it'll return the user data, which is great. And then it'll, all right, cool. And then what they've got in here is they've got the template, they've got the style. Okay, all good and dandy. Profile card, I'm trying to remember where they did the, they're using suspense too. All right, well, let's try it out. Let's do suspense. Worst case scenario, I'm going to have to change it. Hopefully this doesn't change too much in the future. If it does, it's going to be a pain in the ass. Let's just say that. However, that being said, I haven't had an issue yet. Massive changes and stuff like that. Famous last words. Famous last words. The instant I say that, you know, it's over now. So, the one thing I want to do in here is I kind of want to get rid of a lot of this repetition, because it can go in a simple for loop. A very easy, simple for loop. And we need to learn types. So if we go into Vue 3 types, I just need to know where would be a good place to put it. So I'm just going to do this. So we've got the types, we've got the props defined. All right, yeah, that's for the props and all that kind of stuff. But I want to define stuff for not prop default values. No, that's without script setup. No, I just want to do basic sort of types. I just want to know where I'm going to keep the type files and so forth like that. All right, not a problem. What I'll do. Cool. I'm just looking up where I can store these types. What's the best practice? Because I don't know. All right, types, invite client. All right, cool. Let's just go Veet project Vue 3. Where do I store the types? Or type definitions, I should say. Static asset handling, no. Just give me a diagram. I just need a diagram. Composition, all right, cool. With the API, offer a cleaner, more flexible way to organize component logic. Yeah, sure. All right, cool. There's rich ecosystem. Yep. We're using, what's VueJS? Oh, VueJS, sorry, not VueJS. Okay. Neat. Might be something I look at a later date. So core structure convention. So we've got the API. Yep. We've got the composables. Yep. We've got the constants. Yep. We've got the layout. We've got the router. We've got the services. Now the layout might be. All right. Cool. We've got the services. We've got the store. We've got the views. We don't have any type definitions in there. And in this sort of case, this might not have any types in it. All right, cool. I'm going to probably do bad practice. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to define the type in here. And then I'm going to define the data. So in here, hang on, I needed, there was view3 skeleton. Sorry, I did actually want to see their setup. Await, load, use data. Yeah, I just needed to see this setup to see how they've set it up. Is they're using a promise or a timeout or anything like that? Cool, sweet. Oops, I closed the suspense. I didn't want to close the suspense. I wanted to close that. We want to do that. So in here, what we want to do is we want to do something like that. So load user data, and that's part of a method. So that will be down here. So it'll be function. This will be fetch. It's technically part of the fetch user menu stuff. Be part of fetch user permissions. It's going to be a void. We're happy with that. So what we want to do, they've got a return new promise. So return new promise. In that there is a resolve where they're just, okay, cool. They do have a set timeout. And the resolve will be some data. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy that information. We are just going to paste it in here and we're going to modify it. Hold on, nope, this is actually a const. This actually might be part of computed. So const, that is going to equal async. Arrow function. That means that no longer needs to happen like that. So yeah, it's a constant variable equals async arrow function, all of that. I haven't done resolve, I've done response, resolve, easy done, and then that passes through like that. That's only squiggling because I haven't used it yet. We'll be using that in the setup next. So then they got export default. Now that just seems weird. That's fine. We're just playing around with it. So that won't be user data. We actually need to specify the ref, which would be essentially user data. Yeah. Const ref user. Yep. All right. Cool. So this is part of the setup. Yeah, it doesn't like it. And we need to import ref. View. Oh wait, we've got that up there. We can just do that. Easy done. It's easy. Deny from that bot. So that will then be fetch user permissions. So that will be awaiting that. This isn't part of the composites, isn't it? No. Give me 2 seconds. I just got to make sure. Yep, it is part of the composition API. So composition, a setup hook can be async. All right, hang on. I'm going to go all the way up to the top. So suspense is a built-in component for orchestrating async dependencies in a component tree. It can be rendered at a loading state while waiting for multiple nested async dependencies down the component tree to be resolved. Async dependencies. To explain the problem suspense is trying to solve and how it interacts with these dependencies, let's imagine a component hierarchy like the following. All right, cool. So it gets the following. All right, so what we've got to do is I'm also thinking at the quite a fair distance in the future is how I'm going to implement this with NearBeach, because the idea being is we do want it to contact the backend, and we want all of the skeletons to show until it loads up, and it's fine if things load out of order. I'm not going to complain about that at all. As long as they're all independent. And the reason being is if something happens a little quicker, it'll just appear. It isn't blocking anything. And the nav bar itself, it doesn't matter if the nav bar takes a second longer than the rest of the whole entire DOM to load in certain cases, of course. All right, not a problem. I'm just thinking way too far ahead. I've got way too many problems to think about. All right, cool. Components with an async hook. This includes components using setup script with a top level wait expression. Async components. Oh yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, which is what we're going to implement next. The idea being is we want this all to auto split up and so forth like that. So smaller packages. That's the idea. We're trying to get NearBeach well under 2 megabytes. Let's just say that per page load. All right. So I'm just getting distracted with this again. Composition API components set up hook can be asynced. All right, cool. Yeah, so it doesn't like the export default. I'm just wondering if it's like one of those things where it wants it at the end. Maybe not. I don't think so. I think that's a big no-no. Yeah, I think that's a big no-no. I don't think that's going to do anything. I think that might come up with just an error. It didn't come up with an error or anything. It just came up with nothing. Not a problem. Let's go up here. Let's go export default. Yeah, I know. Hang on, let me do my thing. So export default, it's just gonna be like that. Oh, we can do names and stuff like that. Okay. Async setup. I'm just going to do that. See if it complains. And we're just going to go return. Returning an object. No. And one thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go console log. Don't know, a little bit. So going back into that, I'm just going to open up that. I'm just going to hit refresh. Yeah, it fails. Alright, so I'm going to... Yeah, cannot contain ES mode or export. Alright, cool. If you're using previous version of script setup, please consult. Alright. Might be one thing that I'm just missing a little bit of information. So script setup. Yeah, script setup, language, TypeScript. Alright, Alright, what's our new... So we've got the template, we've got the script, export default. Alright, but that's a note, that's not script setup. So in that's the setup there. Okay, cool. Let's just go back into suspense. Components with async setup hook that includes it. Alright, cool. Or async components. Let's have a look at this. So import define async. So async component equals that. Promise resolve reject resolved. Alright, cool. It's just importing them. Yeah. I probably just need to see an example. Let's go view 3, suspense, example. We don't want to go on to that one. This one just does that into the on-mounted async. All right. This one does the template setup, define async component, const async component defined as import. All right, that's how we're importing it. Yeah, that's fine, but what I want is view 3 setup async. Okay, I'm just going to close that. So we're just going to scroll down. So to use on-mounted hook to manipulate asynchronous calls, setup. It has just done that. Is that it? Am I... whilst that's booting up, I'm gonna shut the curtains. Hey, socks. And let's have a look. We're just more interested in the code. So we're gonna open up this, we're gonna open up Hello World. They don't have the setup script in there. Hang on. I think I figured it out. All right, if I actually get rid of the setup in here and I scroll down here, now can I do export default? Let's just keep it simple. Let's go setup and let's do, we need a ref. So what we need is, we'll need a const aside menu items equals ref. This is where I go back to this one here. So ref await fetch. Now it's gonna be fetch. All right, cool. I'm gonna change this. We're gonna go fetch menu, fetch aside items. Like so. So it's just gonna fetch them, perfectly fine, async and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to await for that. So we set it up like that. So const use aside menu items, fetch aside menu items. Like so. From there, let's just return the data. And it'll be aside menu items. Easy done. All right, cool. Now I don't know why that is like that. That's because export default async setup. That's why. So we need async, whoops, setup done here. So that await now works. We're happy about this. Actually, I don't think we need the thing there. The close aside, that is fine but never used. Used right there. Oh, hang on. Oh. Sorry about that. You click somewhere and then the instant you delete something, it's like, nah, I'm going over here. Now those aren't going, all right, I'm gonna have to fix that next. Let's get this to work. These also need to be imported in a particular way, won't they now? Yeah, no, that's the same as up there. All right, we've just hit another ad break. Okay, cool, we're getting there. We are getting there. Yeah, once I get this all set up, yeah, I've just got to think about the permission. So what I was thinking is, by default, have the permissions be nothing, like an empty object. We could potentially look at the empty object and be like, all right, cool. If this is an empty object, we're gonna wait for it to be filled out. Or we have a boolean which we sort of monitor, being like, have we actually fetched the user permissions? However, the boolean, we're talking about a couple of bytes, and you essentially fetch it once. You're not going to constantly update these particular values. So when the user loads the page, we'll have user permissions stored somewhere because they're going to be used in multiple different places, multiple different times. For example, if you go to a project page, you kind of want to query whether or not the user has access to the page. You don't want to send extra information through the API to oops, sorry, I was on ad time. Oops. Yeah, you don't want the API sending and stuff and all that kind of fun stuff. So yeah, now this is the getting that set up. So that's fine now. I need to also copy those. So this is essentially doing it like this now. Oh, now I don't know how to do that. Yeah. The good news about doing this mock-up is it's actually making me think how I want to actually do things when we actually get to it. So I'll set up the front end to a point where I'm like, all right, this is how we're going to get it. Yeah. Okay. That means I've got to put this in the default now. Okay, and then that's sort of, now we're going back to the old component system and all right. And yeah, it's a little fidget tool for me. And how are you going? Can't I? I am terrible at pronouncing new names, and the NGs always scare me. How are you going? Hopefully you're going well. Yeah, welcome. Now, I'm just realizing that this probably won't do what we want it to. In that case, what I'm going to do I'm just going to go view 3. We want component API async setup. We're going back to the async components. All right, cool. So what we need to do is in large applications, we'll need to divide into smaller All right, cool. Do we actually have an example? I just want to see how they set this up so I can actually play with it. Oh. So we've got the defined async component. Yeah, all right. Here here it is. Basic usage, composition API setup. Using composition API without a build step. We don't want a build step, so they've got rid of. They've gotten rid of all of that, and then everything goes in there. Yeah, not what I want. Because then I got to use all the other stuff. All right. Cool. Let's just cheat. Yeah, I'm gonna cheat. All right. I am using Vue 3. Composition API. I want to implement suspense. However, I don't know how to set up the setup functionality. Alright, cool. Hopefully it just gives me a generic boilerplate sort of stuff. Yada, yada, yada. Yep. Alright, cool. Basic example. Here's our thing. Suspense template default async user. Alright, cool. Otherwise, it'll be that, which is what we want. And then on the async user, we've got the template, we've got the script set up, and then we've got the ref null async fetch user, and then .user.value. Okay, cool. If that's right. Let's go back to aside. All right, cool. I'm going to delete all of this. No longer need it. We are going to go up here. We're going to type in setup again. Up here, this should fix everything up. We've got the fetch menu items. We'll put in the menu items in a minute. Alright, cool. So, down here, they've got the key set up, can await async calls. So, we've got the user value ref null. Okay, cool, cool. So, we'll have data. Which goes after stores. Be called computed. So data will have const, and it'll be aside menu items equals ref, and at the moment we're going to put null. However, that being said, I'm going to do types soon, so let's not worry too much about that. The types will help with development and so forth like that, what people expect, and you know, that kind of fun stuff. Alright, so. Alright, socks. Out of the way. So down here, what we want to do is async methods. And we just want to do aside menu items dot value equals. And what they've got is await. And then the fetch aside menu item. So it's going to be hopefully like that. And then socks, can you seriously just sit there? Calm down. All right. So the values that we get back. Socks, seriously. No. Sorry about that. She has not been a good girl today sometimes. All right, we're going to do an array. I've mucked that up now. Let's just undo all of that. Okay, it's meant to be like that. What I want to do, I just want to get rid of the object itself, because that object, oh, fuck off. Thank you. Just want to get rid of it like that. And then we'll have something like that. And I think, all right, cool. So in here, what we'll have is we'll have the route new, title, and we'll have to have a reference to the icons themselves. So I'm gonna see if that works in here. If it doesn't, so what we want is we want route and title to route new. That's gonna be nothing. Because if we go up here, we've got title is current and we'll need. Is current will be a computed thing. You gonna behave, Socks? I guess not. Come here. Kill me. Yes, you're angry, but you kept sitting on my mouse and getting in the way. Alright. Alright, can you not distract me? Just gonna put that over there for reference. We're gonna go up here. So this will be route new. Route new will have nothing in it. In fact, we can. No, it'll be empty like that. We don't want it undefined. Then we want title, and that sucks. Stop it. And in this sort of case, we've got dashboard. That's pretty much it for these. So we'll have route. Essentially, I'm just going down the list now of what we need to do. So we'll have search Kanban board. We'll probably need a key to search. I'm going to say destination. It's going to be dashboard. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that just yet. I'm just going to do this. We'll go route new. We'll do, that will be Kanban board /new. We'll have the title being Kanban board. Like so. I need to do something like that. Alright. We're only going to do one more for the project. So we're going to go search project. Then route new is going to be project.new, and then the title is going to be project. All right, cool. I'm happy with that. We're going to insert the other ones in time. I'm also going to, in here, I'm just going to go icon. I don't think this will work, but it's worth trying. So layout dashboard, size equals 14. Oh my God, Socks, can you stop stepping on the mouse? No, stop it. No, I'm sick of this. Sorry, she's been like this all day. All right, that won't work. That won't work at all. All right, I've got to think of a way where we can make these dynamic enough. Because the idea is I want to render out the icon, and I don't know which icon I want to render out until I get to it. Why isn't this? All right, cool. I mucked up something. I'll fix it up in a minute. This just doesn't work. All right, cool. All right, setup function returned to promise, but no suspense boundary was found. All right, cool. We'll add that in a minute. So yeah, we just got to fix up the icons. And yeah, all right. I don't need that. I need this. So we're gonna do the suspense like this. If we have a look at the suspense itself, we've got the suspense, the component. No, I'm just going to scroll all the way back up again. We've got all of that. Sure, we've got all of that. What if I change it to options? Does this not one have? All right, it doesn't matter. Competition on so it can be async. All right, cool. Yeah, sure. So suspense. And then we're just gonna have to find a fallback. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to just key that in there for the moment. Just gonna do that. I could just do that. All right, cool. So that's set up like that. I don't know how well that will work. So if we go into here, we've got loading. Suspense is an experimental feature and its API will likely change. All right, cool. That's also the problem with it too. Yeah, but it worked. So if we go like this, we can see it's loading and so forth like that. What I can do is I can set a fallback to being another sort of template that is exactly the same as this. And what I could do is I can set this up so a lot of this is actually happening in the, because at the moment the suspense is happening here, which is not exactly how we want to have it. We can have, we still call it a sidebar, don't we? Oops. Fucking fine, should have found that before. That. I've just got to make sure that is how we want it. All right, cool. So yeah, I can move this all within the sidebar itself. So we can have a side, and then we can have a side skeleton, a side menu, which I think is probably a better way of doing things. That way we're not clumping up this app. This can be nice and lean. And then we handle everything in here. So an easy way to do that is we're literally going to copy, we're just going to paste, we're going to call it a side menu. We're going to rename the aside item to menu item. No socks. All right, excuse me a second. I'm just going to have to get outside. All right, out. Nope, I can't deal with you at the moment. All right. So in here, we can start sort of cutting things down. I'm just going to close all tabs. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open up all three of these. We're going to put them in order. So it'll go the top, the menu, and then the menu item. And we're just going to cull out things that are no longer needed at each level. So at the bottom, we're fine with the bottom. We're happy with the bottom. Cool. With the menu itself, what we're going to do is we're going to have to change this. That will now become menu item. And all of these down here will be updated to it. So an easy way to do it is I'm just going to do find and replace. I can't be bothered. I'm just going to go replace all, easy done. So that's all done. In here we'll need the icons. I've just got an idea. Alright, template allow, don't want to do that. Dynamic components. So I'll do that so you guys can actually read. So what we've got is component is tabs, current tabs, component. Component changes when the tab changes. Okay. So we can use an is on this. I think that will work. Okay, what we can do is we can go into the menu. Sorry. Into this one, we can edit the data, we can then go, all right, cool, the icon, I'm going to split this, so I can just reference stuff down here. And down here, we can go, this will be layout dashboard, easy done. The icon will be for the Kanban board, square Kanban. And then down here, icon can be now this is for the project. I'm going to scroll all the way down to the project. It'll be folder, open icon. So we'll still need all of these, but that's not going to be a problem. And what I can actually do is I'm going to comment those out. And what I'm going to do is got to think about best practice here. I don't think we can actually have a for loop as a component call. But let's just double check that. So view 3 for loop component. List rendering. All right, cool. So in here we go la la la. They've got list. Oh, fuck off. Excuse my French. I only select those 3, and it's like, oh, you select everything. you've got this here, pretty easy, but we're not doing it for a component. However, the component is pretty much like a list item itself, so I'm not too worried about that. But I don't know if it's best practice. All right, v4 template, similar to template if we were to render a block of multiple elements, for example, like that. Okay. Cool. Looks like I'm going to do that. So we want a side menu item. We're going to go to a simple v4 equals, and this will be the aside. We're going to go menu item in aside menu items. I'm just going to leave it like that for the moment. We're going to bump that open like that. It is going to complain. I'm going to figure. I'm just over this at the moment. I'm not finished. Stop showing something wrong until I'm finished with it. Anyway, sorry. We're going to have the route. We're going to v-bind this in this sort of case. So the route will equal the menu item dot route. I'm really getting sick of this autocomplete stuff too. We do have it there. Going to do that. Route new dot route new is current. We don't know at the moment. So what I'm going to do is current. We're just going to make that true. I just don't care at the moment. Then down here, what we need to do is we need to do that. Component is equal, and that will be menu item dot icon. Just making sure, yep, cool, where the size equals 14. We don't need to do any of that. We can do that. And then once all of that is finished, yep, that will be like that. I don't know why it's now complaining. I just don't care about the errors. All right. All right, let's see what breaks. So I'm going to hit refresh, everything breaks. Failed to load the module aside item. It's going to hit refresh. Yeah, it's broken. If we go over here, error, failed to load. Does that file exist? All right, cool. Actually, no, I know why. We haven't actually finished everything up. So I'm going to leave that one like that at the moment. If we go over into the aside, we should then go over here, aside menu. And then we're just going to go aside menu, easy, done. We don't need to worry about any of this. We don't need to worry about, we'll need to worry about the class. We don't need to worry about the data items at all. We'll need to worry about the store. That is something down here that we won't need to worry about, and we'll fix that up in a minute. In here, what we'll need to worry about is essentially we'll add the suspense here. This will be the fallback, and this will be my pane. And then what we want to have here is a side menu item. We don't need to worry about anything else. We just need to worry about that. I don't know why it's giving us attribute route equals no. All right. I don't need any of that. I don't. No, sorry, a side menu. Not the whole thing. All right, cool. So that's in there. We don't need ref in here. This is all basic sort of stuff. All right. Let's go back to this one. We will replace all of these in a minute. They are actually used. We've got to do that with the because they are used, they're just dynamically used. All right, cool. We won't need the store in here at all, so we'll get rid of it. We'll need the menu items. We won't need that. We'll need the fetch, yes. Close aside, we won't need, because that will actually be up at this level here, where the side class actually closes all of that, and we're just rendering stuff. So in here, what we can do is we can get rid of all of this, and we can get rid of all of this, and we can do a quick clean up. Like so. Why is that one complaining? View unknown is not yet assigned to type null. All right, so that's complaining because we don't have the types or anything like that. I'm not going to worry at the moment. We're just going to ignore it. We're going to get rid of that. We're going to get rid of computed because it's no longer needed. So we've just got all of this in here. We don't need any of these styles. Because all of this now is very simple sort of setup. All right, cool. It's now working, my pane. I'm just gonna wait 4 seconds and then that happens. So, missing required prop title. Okay, not a problem. We're going to fix this right now, but it's somewhat rendering out, which is great news for us. So what we've got to do is, we've got the title, we're going to scroll all the way down here. Yeah, we just haven't put in the title whatsoever. If we go title equals menu item dot title, we'll fix up these red things in a minute. There it goes, there they are. And as you see, they're all doing all of that kind of stuff. Now, as I am thinking about this, I'm just wondering where the is current is going to fall. I think the is current should not be passed down at all. And we're going to fix that up in this down here. So we've set it up as a prop. However, I want to set it up as a computed. So define computed, there we go. That's define class, const is current. And what we're going to do is we're just going to return false for the moment. That's perfectly fine. We don't need to worry about that. Is current would be down here, so hang on a minute. Define class. Oh no, is current is up here. All right. I'm just going to type in false. That's bad programming behavior there because it will never resolve properly. What we're going to do is we're going to add in a check in here against the route. And then if the route sort of matches, yeah, I'm trying to think how I would solve this. In a programmatic way where I can scale it out very fast. Because it's, yeah, I'm just gonna have to, I'll figure it out. So at the moment, all of these are working. We don't have the icons, which is a bit of a pity. Failed to resolve component X. Make sure to exclude it from residue file. Right, is custom element. All right, cool. So I haven't done the custom elements just yet. So is tabs, current tab. All right, show me an example. So we've got case and sensitivity in a template passing caveats. No, we don't want to open example in playground. All right, cool. So we've got tabs, we've got home, and archive. Okay, so we import it like that. All right, cool. No, I did this wrong. It's easy to fix up. So what we want to do, a side menu, we're just going to scroll up to the top. We're literally just going to go layout. What was it? Layout dashboard. Yep, cool. Then I can get rid of this one line because it now appears. This then becomes square Kanban, easy done, and this one just becomes what was it? Folder, open icon, and we're happy with all of that. Now, if we go back down to here, hit refresh, we've got my pane again. Can't resolve a couple of those icons, but that's not a problem. We'll fix that up at a later date. So yeah, the X can't be done anymore. Not a problem. So the cog and X are no longer in here. So in this one, we're doing a suspense on this, but we don't need to do settings actually. The thing is, the settings can contain the user profile and all of that kind of information, but it can also potentially contain other administration stuff. Okay, so what I'm going to say down here is, yeah, we're going to do the suspense again down here. Yeah. Yeah, we want to do that. All right, cool. In here, I'm just going to go new view component. It is going to be a side setting menu. In here, we're just going to do that for a bit. We're just going to go up here. I'm literally just going to cut this out. We're just going to do a suspense. We're just going to go a side setting menu like so. We don't need to pass anything through, so we'll do that. We'll do a template. We'll do my pane again because it is, yeah, we'll just do it. All right, I'm going to paste things in here. I'm just just going to format things again. We need to import the aside item from it's the side menu item. Like so. Now, I'm just going to go over here. I'm just going to refresh the page. Failed to do that. That's fine. We will fix those up. Now, the thing is, it's the sub-menu items that I've got to think about, which is why I'm doing it like this. All right, cool. So this will always appear because there'll be the user profile settings and stuff like that. Actually, no, I lie. We might. Yes, all right. Might be administration settings, this one. All right, cool. Not a problem. We're just going to set up the same thing. So what we need to do is, up in here, we'll need to include the cog and all that kind of fun stuff. So I'm just going to remove it from here, remove it from here. This is the Lucid next. All right, cool. So import cog from the Lucid there. All right, sweet. So there it is. I'm just going to go icons, and then what we want to do is data, and we want to go cons aside. Setting menu. That is going to be a ref of null at the start. That's perfectly fine. We need to import ref. So going up here, we're going to import ref from view, like so. And then we've got our computed. And then we've got the const fetch. Fetch aside setting menu items. That's just going to be async. We've got all the items like that. We're going to return a new promise that will, let's do a resolve. Let's do a set timeout. It's going to be a bunch of those, and then we're going to have icon. That's going to be the cog. We're going to have the route is going to be settings. Settings. We're not route new is going to be nothing, and then we're going to have a title is going to be settings. We are also going to have icon. This is where we need one that's like log out. All right, log out. Cool. Pretty sure it'll be like that. He's done. We're going to go route. That will be log out. Route new is going to be nothing, and the title will be log out. Easy done. All right. So by default, actually, that logout one should appear automatically. And then we do the suspense of the other one. However, that being said, I'd rather for the page to load in at least all of that before. Okay. So I'm just having a good think at the moment how I want to handle this logout sort of stuff. Alright, that's fine. Oh, fuck off, cap blocks. Then what we need to do is aside setting.menu.value equals await fetch side menu items. So that will happen. And then what I'm going to do is over here, we're just going to copy this. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. We're just going to paste it over here like this. We're just going to update that. I'm going to keep it as menu item. That's perfectly fine. That will work. We'll need to get a type set up soon. Why is that complaining? I don't know. Is it complaining because it wants this? Oh, I hate that fucking icon. Alright, that's okay. So we've got logout, we've got settings. Now we can do the skeleton stuff where we'll have skeleton in there. As you see, it loads up pretty quickly. Failed to load the X component. That's not a problem. That is just going to be at this particular level. So we're going to do icons, import X from loser. Done. Perfect. Then we get rid of that, and then if we go over here, there we go, we've got X up there. And as you see, these load pretty quickly. If we just reload everything, all right, that just loads in automatically. All right. Now what we can do is, and Matt Bird's Quest, how are you going? Hopefully you're going a lot better than me. So yeah, all right, 30 minutes standing. All right, I will have to fetch Socks. She has been a little bit of a naughty girl. She keeps jumping onto the mouse and keyboard and stuff like that. She's been doing that for quite a while. I've had to kick her out of the room. I can at least solve the Rubik's Cube, and yeah, I can do all that. So yeah, how have you been at least? What I want to do is get Skeleton loading. I just want to look up this very, very quickly, just to see what we can actually do. But I can at least solve the Rubik's Cube. I want you to pick the color. You've got green, white, blue, yellow, red, or orange. You found a really cool website. Oops, I just dropped the Rubik's Cube. Uverse. Open source UI. Oh, actually, yeah, I do like this. This will definitely give me a lot of ideas. Cheers, thank you very much. Talking about Socks, I can hear her meow at the moment at the door. I will get her. Yeah, she's been a bit naughty. You wanna come in? Gonna behave? Because because you're going to get treats. Yes, you're getting treats. Alright, come on. No. In your bed. Well, I've got to put on OBS so I can see what I'm doing. There we go. And here we go. There's the treats. Oh, nice. Yeah, we're currently, oops, I should actually do this so you can see it. I'm going to assume yellow. I think I've got to turn off this light tab. There we go. I'm currently redoing a lot of the UI UX for NearBeach. We've started the 032 branch, so which is exciting. There's going to be a lot of improvements. For example, we're going to flesh out the API. We're essentially moving the whole entire front end to VueJS, so it's no longer Django's no longer handling a bit of it. It will literally just send out the template to the user. Yeah, it's going to be a big change, massive sort of database changes, and yeah, just general improvements. So yeah, the idea being is we want to fix it all up. All right, don't you dare go anywhere near that mouse again, Socks. No, no. All right, I'll just. There we go. She knows she's causing trouble. Oh, and the weights. All right, cool. Sorry, forgot about the weights. One of the weights is a little bit lighter, just because of my shoulders. I'm still recovering. I've got to get out of the way like that. All right, cool. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right, I'll only do 20. Yeah, shoulder's still repairing. I made a UI system for the canvas, and I'm trying to integrate, read, refactor my game to use that structure. Oh, nice. Now, what are you doing, Socks? All right. Yeah, so this is, excuse the blue, but this is what we're sort of designing at the moment. I'm trying to get the skeletons to work. So the idea being is, oh, Socks, why are you so clumsy today? You know, I fell off the desk. Where was I? Yeah, so for example, the menu items, because we're dealing with everything on the front end now, what I could actually do is when a person loads up the page, I can then get the permissions that the person has, whilst also at the same time get the data that that page requires. And then once it passes the permission to the front end can quickly calculate whether or not the user can create a Kanban board or not, and from that piece of information, it can then render out whether or not we need the Kanban board in that menu, and so forth like that. So that's so that people who don't have access to something don't see something and then go and click on it. It does mean that we need to load in that information. So yeah, we're just you know, this is a mock-up. We're just figuring it out. What are going to be the problems and so forth like that we're going to face. All right, cool. Oops, actually no, I wanted to send that one on. All right. So in here, I don't know why we've got a red squiggle up there. EaseLink aside should always be multi-word. Use multi-word names. We're not worried about that at the moment, all right? I just don't care. Like, I mean, it's the end of the day for me. All All right, all of this is working. We'll need to do the types. So I'm just thinking TypeScript file, TypeScript define type. And because it's going to be used in multiple spots, it'll have its own little thing. So what I want to do, I just want to do this. I'm going to do this so you guys can read, and I'm going to zoom in really, really fast. So we kind of want to do something like that. But all right, cool. It's an interface. Can I export an interface? People keep guessing that I'm using random languages. Oh, fair enough. Like, I use random languages too. Well, NearBeach is Python, VueJS. We are implementing sorry. But however, at work, I'm using pretty much .NET, which is fun. So in here, what we're going to do is we're going to have a TypeScript file. What are we going to call it? We're going to call it the menu item interface. All right, and then we're going to export interface, menu item interface. Cool. And from there, what we'll have is icon, and that will be a, ooh, that's going to be a component. Oh, that's actually a really good question. So TypeScript view component type. Using vanilla ES6 class-based JavaScript, but recently I gotten people thinking that I'm using Godot and Python. Fair enough. But I think people aren't used to watching heavy canvas manipulation in JavaScript. Yep. I would agree. All right, cool. So we've got project set up, IDE support. I'm just looking for the types that a component is. You know what? I'm not going to worry. Any. All right. We want route is going to be a string. Route name is going to be a string. Title is also going to be a string. And now I'm just wondering if there's abilities to set defaults. So I just want to, type is going to be string, default is going to be something like that. That allowed it. However, that I do believe that just becomes an object, which is not what we want. We want string. Now, going back into TypeScript documentation, we've got that. What if... Actually, especially as extracted as I have it, but I'm extracted. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. You've extracted it to the point where people do think it's Python, so yeah, that's pretty amazing. All right, actually, I want to keep that. That's going. That's going there. All right, this is not what I wanted. So what I want is TypeScript interface view component type. Oh, we're on an ad break. All right, cool. We're just on a quick ad break. I'll resolve the cube. right, there we go. Got about 40 seconds left of the ads, and then yeah, I just want to cross my T's and dot my I's very, very quickly. I want to find out if there is a type for components. I don't want to just leave it as an any in there. I want to see if we can lock it down into a type. And thank you very much, Django. How are you going? How's your streams been going? Hopefully they've been going well. So yeah. Welcome back. I have been busy. We're currently essentially redesigning NearBeach, and I am hoping it looks a lot better. So yeah, we're just doing basic things at the moment. These are just mock-ups. So we're figuring out what problems we're going to have before we actually do the real thing. And also this gives us the flexibility to sort of put in some random stuff and have a play around with the new stuff that I'm learning. For example, suspense. So yeah, and types and so forth like that. Alright, so we've got TypeScript interface view component type. I'm just going to go, all right, export my message number. No. All right, not what I want. I want to define what the type is. So we've got my event. No, that's not anything I want. Interface user. I want to know what the type is. I am going to cheat. Okay, cool. Oh, piss off. I am using Vue3 with TypeScript. I want to set up a TypeScript interface that the field icon references a component. I.e dashboard folder from. Alright, cool. Just give me the type, 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 come on. Component. Oh, okay, import type component. All right, cool. Yep, sweet. So up here, we want to import type component from Vue, and then this will then become component. Sweet. This is when LLMs are actually really good. When you try search for stuff, you just can't find it, and you're like, all right, cool, this is what I want, and it does give it to you, and it's correct. However, there are a lot of times it isn't. But I think in this sort of case, it's pretty simple enough for it to actually get that correct. So in here now, the side menu settings, we now need to import that interface. So we want to import the menu item interface from like that. All right. Now it's going to have a problem because we are not using it yet. At the moment, this will be nothing. But we know it's going to do that. And we know this is going to be of value menu item interface. And I've got that in the wrong area. Okay. This won't work, which is, we know that's not going to work. All right, cool. I am just going to close a lot of these items now. I do believe I don't need any of them. So what we have is Vue, TypeScript, resolve, set type. Or we could also do view ref set type. Import char ref index to the instant type of instance type of HTML div element. All right, cool. So we're going to get rid of this. Then menu item interface. I'm going to get rid of this. Now it's, oh, hang on. This will be an array. This is where I need to do. This is where I gotta do something like export interface. Oh, I need to do another layer because that's always great fun. It is going to be menu interface. And we're going to go export interface, menu interface, and what we're going to do is we're going to import the menu item interface from there, and we're going to have an array of objects. So no. It's not going to be that. All right, I'm just going to but now this shows up red. Did that. Okay. No, I clicked over here. All right. So that's an original one. We set the 200 and then, all right, cool. Yep. However, yeah, we've got to set it like that or number. And then that will be okay. All right, or null. So we're gonna do that or null. And the value will be null. However, I think TypeScript type arrays. All right, cool. Yeah, it is that. But that's why are you red? I don't know why you're red. Mini interface may refer to a value, but it's being used as a type here. Did you mean type of? All right. Okay. I'm getting there. Slowly. All right, so we've got that. That should then help out down here. So we're no longer getting all of those reds. This here, type unknown is not, all right, cool. Not a problem. this will be the menu item interface. There's a freaking fly in here. ESLint, passing error, something expected. All right, hang on. Why are you complaining about the type? Type unknown is not assignable to type. Okay. Menu item interface. I'm just figuring this out, where these are meant to go and stuff like that. So no, it doesn't like that. That's fine. We'll just move on. We know that is meant to have a type of that or that. At the start, we'll have a null. That is all resolved. Yeah, all right, we'll go in here. All right, view 3, resolve, hang on, view 3. View 3, set types on awaited data. All right, cool. They're going await, fetch data, yada, yada, yada. All right, cool. You didn't mention the tool version, but this may help you. How can async wait function using TypeScript? All right, cool. We're just going to skip down to the live demo because screw reading all that. I want to play with something. All right, so in here we've got the hello world defined component set up. Yep, that's fine. That isn't in as a setup or anything like that. We've been here before. Yeah, let's set up in the old way. Not what I want. Set up content on mounted async. To do res data. This has nothing to do with types. Async set up in the child component and wrap by the suspense by the parent one. All right. I don't know why that's complaining. It's going to annoy me. Type unknown is not assigned to the type. Do I really need the unknown? Alright, TypeScript. Add type to promise. So got a promise, return promise, resolved, alright. Alright. I'm learning things We need type of. There we go. Now, I'm not going to worry too much about this. This is... So you've got icon, route name, and title. Yep. Oh. Route new. Forgot that. And title. Icon, route new, title. Icon, route new, title. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring those values out into, let's go const, let's go export values, let's put in the type in menu interface where it's going to be that. Let's just open up this like so. We're just going to go cut and we're just going to paste it in. It doesn't work because I didn't get that freaking alright. Now I gotta do type of on all of these because that's an interface, isn't it? But then it's still throwing up an issue here. Let's just go TypeScript, array of objects. So we've got an array of objects like this, yada yada yada. So we've got to use it like that. All right, cool. What you're looking for is an inline interface. All right, cool. Interface, yep. So interface label and string. All right, cool. Optional properties, let's say color and width. Cool. So that will be fine. All right, yep. Still don't know why it's throwing up. Okay. At the moment, I don't mind, but I don't know why you're saying that's all incorrect. That's how it's set up there. All right, type. Hang on. I think I'm overly complicating stuff. Export type equals all of those. All right. Yeah, I think I've been mucking things up. And then that should work, or does it still want type of? Yeah, it still wants type of in there. Yeah, it still wants type of. All right. Yeah, we still want interface. All right. We don't need read only. All right, give me 2 seconds. TypeScript, interface array of objects. Examples. All right, cool. Let's just find one. So we got into 1 to 3. All right, cool. We've got it's got to be a capital. Yeah, it's a capital array, and then we've got the objects, and we've got it all like that. ID name, and yet it still throws up a random thing in here. All right. I'm not going to spend too much on it. I'm just gonna be like, all right, cool. If this isn't gonna tell me what's wrong with it properly, we've got 4 things in here. Icon component, so that should be functional component. Yep. View type is not assignable type. Might be the view component. Functional component. Sorry, I'm rather new to type. Well, it's been ages since I've done TypeScript stuff, so yeah. Let's see if that fixes stuff up. Functional component is not assignable to type. Tell you what, let's step back. Let's do an any. All right. Functional component with route string. Yeah, I don't know why this one's having issues. Let's just go over here. Let's see if we're actually rendering. Yeah, we are rendering. Just gonna put back component. All right. Yeah, it's still working. Gotta wait 4 seconds for the thing to pop in. Yeah, it's still working. I don't know why I'm getting these things. I'm just gonna move on. I don't want to waste time. Okay, so I'm just going to put those back into there. We're just going to delete that. All of this is fine. We've got type of that. Yeah, I've got to deal with the case where if there is no data, what will happen? But if it's an empty array, it's an empty array. That VueJS will work with that. Yeah, it's not going to be a problem. I don't know why this one's like this. Custom database, viewbind directories. All right, I don't care. I just don't care. All right, everything's rendering out perfectly fine. Let's get this one into this. So we need to import the menu item interface from there. Yep, that's going to be a type. Oh, making sure that's that's probably what I haven't done up here. All right, so I'm going to delete that. I'm going to see if I need that anymore because now we've got the type up there. Yeah, all right. So that's something I didn't know, something that can easily be fixed. So we've got the type in like that. Cool, I'm going to put the type interface over here. We're going to do this. We're going to go type interface. Down here, we've got this. So very much like C#, it just goes in here now. So we've got the menu that. However, it is going to be an array, so we need that. Or null. Now with that being said, I think an empty array works. I don't want it being null at any particular point. I want to be very, very strict on types. So that should work. And then when we get the data back, hang on a minute, it'll be down here. we've got the promise, and that's going to be a menu item interface. We're going to do something like that. Perfect, easy done. Yeah, I don't know why that's like that. I just don't care. And I'm at that point where I'm like, let's just get this out the door today. I'm just deleting stuff we no longer need. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a little note, move to the fetch call. That's perfectly fine. In fact, we can do that right now if we really wanted to. All right, going up here, because we're actually happy with all of this rendering out like that. We'll just go down here. We will need to double check stuff. So requirements actually go before projects, because usually you get the user requirements before setting the project. We'll have the icon being the clipboard list. We'll have the route being not that, thank you very much, but the route being the search, and this will be requirements. We'll have the route new being, and thank you very much, Frankie, for the follow. Welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content, as I screw up constantly, but wait, we're learning. Okay, that's going to be fine. Then it's going to be project. And then it is going to be task. So if I go over here, we've got requirement, which we've done. We're just got to do task and then request for change. I'm going to cheat. Because it's getting late at night, I'm just over this. It's been a long several weeks. List to do. All right. Yeah, it's right there, sunshine. It's lowercase d. All right, cool, no problem. That'll be task. That'll be task. That'll be request for change. That will be request for change. That will be request for change. That will be task. And that will be the replace all. And then I just get rid of all of these. And presto. You'll never know that we've sort of solved the problem for later. So yeah, the idea being, you know, we'll get it all done here. Now that is actually meant to be lower, like that. And I think that's the same with the Kanban board. We wanted it so everything goes lower. Let's just refresh my pane. There you go. All right. And then these should work perfectly fine. So search, search, search. We'll go project, new project, not found. All right, cool, because we haven't implemented any of those. But as you see, this loads up pretty quickly. I'm just going to remove all requests. I'm just going to hit Kanban board, requirement, new. Okay, nothing's loading in little parts. I'm just going to hit refresh. Now, what's all of that token is? All right, I'm not going to worry too much because we've got quite a lot of things there. So we've got the index. This whole page is 4 megabytes. All right, it's quite huge at the moment. Yeah, I don't know why it's so huge. Oh, it might be because we're in dev mode and all that kind of stuff. If I go over here, let's just cancel this. npm run build. Let's just see, it builds it pretty quickly. Let's go into this folder. Let's go into sites. I don't know if this will work. We're finding out. This is the distribution. So we open it up. We go into network, we run, gets the font family, gets that, it doesn't get anything else. Cross origin blocked. Alright. Damn. Give me a couple of seconds. Because what I can actually do, open up a new tab, we can cd into the dest folder, PHP server, localhost 8000, PHP, capital S I think. There we go. And there we go, perfect. So if I reload everything, it's 177 kilobytes transferred. So that would be the JavaScript. What I'll do is I'll bump this off to the left so you guys can see. So the first one, this is under a kilobyte, easy. All right, cool. The font family is just 2 point something kilobytes. Perfect. The JavaScript and the CSS, all right, cool, they're 100 and something like that. And then you've got this is the picture being 36, and then you've got the font, the WAF. Open Sans, that's the Google API. And then it gets the WAF file. All right, cool, and that's 20 kilobytes. So yeah, as we do this, we know NearBeach is going to be a bit big in the sense that it does a lot of stuff. But I think if we start splitting up all the files, it'll be a lot better, because at the moment this ain't going to load any more information in. So as you see, everything got loaded within that 109, which is not what we want. All right, cool. Gonna move that off to the right. What we're gonna do is we're gonna put in little logos in here. We don't need logout here. I can move that out. That's perfectly fine. What I want to do is I just want to close all tabs at the moment. I want to have a think about this. First thing I want to do is I want to add in another view component. What I'm going to do is aside menu skeleton. Easy done. This is going to be the skeleton. This isn't going to be much. So what I need to do is I'm just going to close all of this. I'm happy with that. I'm going to cancel this. We don't need to worry about that anymore. I was just really curious about things. npm run dev. That brings that up pretty quickly. So what we want to do is we want to go CSS skeleton loading. And I'm having a look at Tailwind very quickly because it has a lot of this stuff in here which I could potentially utilize. Oh, I like that. The pulse, the animated pulse. There's something we could potentially look at. All right, skeleton loading examples. I'm going to do this so you guys can actually read. Also, prerequisites, knowledge of yep. We'll have to use Sass. But that's fine. I do want to actually implement Sass. That will happen hopefully next stream, as we get this all sorted. So yeah. All right, cool. Yep. Skeletons. Yeah, we just need. Animation, skeleton loading, 1 second linear. Alright, cool. And focus mode, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. Now, one thing I could do in here is we can sort of copy what these look like already. So if I go over here, we're just going to wait for those 4 seconds. And what I could do is I could inspect this, and that grabs the whole thing. I'm just going to edit as HTML. I'm just going to copy this because we can have it like that, right? And what I'll do is we'll just leave it like that for the moment and then edit it back down to what we want it. Now, I did see another cat in... Oh, wait, that's Socks. Oh, there you are. You gonna behave? No? Alright, stay down there. Alright, so I want a side menu. And then in here... No, not this one. I want the aside. And then in here... What we want is, with the suspense, we've got the templates. I want to put in hashtag fallback equals, and then we go aside menu skeleton. I don't think that works, but that's fine. We'll quickly look it up. Suspense. All right, cool. Oops, I moved right past it. Template fallback, all right. We want suspense currently does not provide error handling via the component itself. However, you can use error hook to capture. All right, cool. We're not worried too much about that at all, because what will happen is if there's an error, we'll do something. Combining with other components, that's what we want. So component suspense, component template fallback loading. We actually want to replace that one. However, that being said, that's our first suspense. There's no other suspenses, is there? No. Suspense component. All right. Yep. I want to deal with the fallback, or is it that we've got to do it like that? Which is fine. We can't do it. I don't know how far back I went then. Oh, I've broken something. What did I break? I don't know. Alright, cool. It looks like nothing's broken, but something... who cares? So we've got the fallback, and what I can actually do is in here I can go aside menu skeleton, and what we can do is we can paste in 3 in there, and that's perfectly fine. And then down here, instead of my pane, we can just paste in aside menu skeleton in here, like So that should bring that in. We got to bring that up and put that up there with all the rest of the stuff. So at the moment, if we refresh this one pops in straight away. That's perfectly fine. What I want to do is I want to, yeah, it's just one down there. So it's not showing anything. I do have an error. Type error, can't access property type instance is null. That's what I've deleted. I deleted a type up here. Yay. Actually no, I'm not using that type in here. One, two, three, four. Can't access property type instance is null. So that would be under this then. This is working before. No, doesn't like that. All right. What have I done? Okay, not a problem. I'm gonna remove these. I'm just gonna put in pane again. I'm just gonna hit refresh. So pane works, and then about 4 seconds. Cool. All right, so with the fallback, what we want is a side menu skeleton. We're gonna have it like that. All right, cool. I'm gonna test that one, 4 seconds, and then the pane should just disappear. Cool. What I want to then do up here is I'm going to do the exact same thing. I'm just going to paste it in. We're just going to hope. I'm just going to refresh. So we've got dashboard for about 4 seconds, and then something pops back. And to honestly tell you the truth, I don't know what I did in that amount of time to actually make that error disappear. All right, cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a refresh of this page. All right, now it's having problems. Now it has more problems. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of 2 of those. We're going to pass that through. We've got, all right, cool. It just doesn't like having multiple components in there. All right, I'll be fine with that. All right, I was hoping to cheat. So what I want to do now is in here we're going to get rid of a lot of this. We don't need this. What we'll need is the skeleton. So I'm just going to go skeleton. There won't be anything like that. I'll just undo that for the moment. So there won't be an A tag because we don't need it. There will be an icon and there will be that. So we need a placeholder icon. I'm just going to comment out all of that. And the thing we want to do also is when we have a look at this, we essentially want to copy the CSS that is associated with this development. So that's pretty easy to do. It's a simple copy. We don't need to worry about font sizes or anything like that. We just need to actually just set up the size. So down here with the scoped, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go dot aside bar skeleton. We're just going to paste all of that in. We've got all the borders and all that kind of fun stuff in there. I'm just going to get that formatted perfectly fine. So that should match everything. I'm going to do background color hot pink again. Reason being is so we can actually see it. Now, it's got no content in it. Isn't that right, Socks? You had so much to say then. Come on. No, come on. All right. So we'll need to put content in it, but that's not going to be a problem. We can do that. What we can do is with the skeleton loading internet alternate. All right. I don't know what that does, so I'm just going to copy it. And what we're going to do is on here, we're going to inspect this one. We're going to do it at that level, and I'm just going to paste it in. No, I don't know. It doesn't look like it's doing anything for me. Oh, all right. I'm just going to copy all of this. Because at the moment, once again, this is literally just us keying things in. I'm just going to get rid of that, and I'm just going to type in skeleton. No, not skeleton container, piss off. We're just going to type in skeleton. And then in here, go like that. All right, cool. I'm just going to hit refresh. Now we don't have anything in there at the moment. If I go over here, I'm going to change these colors to something like that, and then something like that. Now we don't see anything. That's not a problem. Another thing I'm going to do, so I'm going to add in some placeholder text. All right, perfect. Not quite, but we're getting there. So looks like yeah, I'm just trying to think how I would solve this. So once again, I'll need to get this in here. We're rushing at this particular point because it's late at night and I need to actually stop streaming very, very shortly. I'm just going to put this into here. This is just going to be a skeleton. All right, cool. We're just going to do all of that. Instead of having it something like this, I'm just going to do dot, dot, dot. I'm also going to do in here text color. Oh, it'll just be color. I don't know why I was doing anything special. I'm going to pick some random colors to see if this works. Alright. Not quite. It looks like I need to add in the other div containers and stuff like that. So in here we've got an A class, in which case we've then got a bunch of font sizes and paddings and so forth like that. So that won't be an A class itself. We could put in a simple circle. that's not, I kind of want it to sort of load. All right, cool. That's perfectly fine. What we're going to do is we're going to get rid of that. We're going to go up here. We're going to do that. We're just going to paste that in. What I want to do is I want to have div class equals skeleton inner. I'm just making these up at the moment because I'm tired. Then we want loading circle in there, like so. We actually want to put the size equal, I think we had it at 14. Then if we go down here and we refresh, we can see it is loading in there perfectly fine. We now need to add in all the padding and so forth like that. That's not going to be too hard to do. What I do want to eventually do, so keyframes, skeleton loading. All right, that's perfectly fine. We're just gonna get rid of that. We're just gonna get rid of that. The skeleton text, we don't need that. Skeleton, yep. So what I need in here is I need skeleton loader circle. We're going to do 2 dashes to state, hey, this is actually its own thing. It's just nested under that. And then we just go dot skeleton loader circle, like so. We go over here. We're just going to hit this. We're going to hit this A tag, and then we're going to grab that. I'm going to redo that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have keyframes in here. We're going to have the skeleton loader circle loading. And then at 0%, it will be transform, rotate, this will be 0 degrees. And then I think I got to do it at every 25%. We're just going to do 0.5%. All right, so it's 180 degrees. And for some strange reason, my brain is switching off. So it'll be 0, 90, 180, 270, and then 360. All right, cool. I am going to put 360 in here. I just want to see what actually happens. I believe it'll just overflow. All right, and then what I want to do is I'm going to copy that one line. I'm just going to go down here. It will be quite literally this, as this, and then looking at info. All right, cool. I'm just going to hit refresh. That kind of worked. It went one way, and then it went the other way, and then it went one way, and then it went the other way, and I was like, oh, I want to keep on going. Not a problem. All right, I am just checking the sizes match up. Yes, they do. We're going to get rid of the colors. And by get rid of, what I mean is we're not going to have those colors. Yeah, I kind of want the border and all that. All right, cool. So if I click on this, what we're going to do is we're going to do that and gonna do a slight blue. And then when you see this, it should, yeah, I don't like that. All right, screw that. Right. Actually, we don't want black. Sorry, 255, 255, 255. Yeah, and it's something very minor. That's, yeah, I'm gonna go 230s. Even the 230s I think is a little bit too much. I want it very subtle. And we're going to probably increase that size of that icon in there. Because I think the font size itself is a 16. Line height's 24, font size is 18. So what I want to do is, we can now get rid of all this stuff, this is fine. We're just gonna do 18, we're gonna test this out. Sorry, this is like, you test little tiny things and you figured out what you don't like about it. All right, cool. Now, the thing is, it is wobbling. I don't know if you guys noticed that. It is wobbling, which is a bit concerning. All right. All right, I know who to rate next. Sweet. So, I'm just going to delete that. I just want to see what happens. Another thing that I want to do is with the skeleton, we're going to do display flex. We're going to align item center, justify content center. Now this is already done. Flex direction row. We're all happy with all of that. If I do a refresh, oh yeah, that's not working. So what I want to do is keyframes. So CSS keyframes, rotate animation. I'm just gonna go all the way down here. So keyframes, transform 0. Oh, why have they got it like that? All right, let's try out that code. It doesn't hurt to do it. I'm just gonna be like that. You're like, all right, cool. We're just gonna do that. Sweet. We're also going to do that. Yeah, it's gonna be very, very close. Yeah, it's still doing a bump to one side and then bump to the other. And it doesn't rotate in a single spot, which is really annoying. The other thing I could potentially do is, instead of using this, is I could use, even a pinwheel will have a problem. Could use this and have this flash between colors. So yeah, it might be a lot nicer. And what we can do is we can grab that. We can just copy and paste it in, format the thing. And then we just got to pick a couple of nice colors. I was thinking purple and blue. Will this thing change? It's going to make it slightly subtle. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste that in. I don't know how that will look, but oh, we don't want background color. Sorry. We want color. I like that. However, it's a little off. If you have a look, it's not quite centered. Oh, that's gonna really annoy me. All right, not a problem. What I'm going to do is I'm going to check out this one. So we got the span, we got the menu icon. I'm going to see if we actually have a transform on this at all. It looks like we don't. All right, hang on. Give me a couple of seconds. What I'm going to do with the side menu, I'm going to increase the time to about 40 seconds. We'll dump that. We'll bring that down in a minute. It gives me the ability to go into here and go with the skeleton loading thing. I can go a display flex, justify content centered, align item centered. And that's all we needed. All right, not a problem. And that looks really, really nice. It's subtle. I do like the little tiny color changes. Yeah, I like that. All right, cool. So going down in here, we're gonna move that back down into 4 seconds. We don't want it that long, trust me. We're gonna move over into the skeleton, and what we're gonna do is with the skeleton, so we've got the skeleton loader circle in here, like that. What we've got to do, display flex, justify content centered, align item centered, and that will work perfectly fine. Our next thing we want to do is, all right, so this all loads in, this is all fine, is we want to actually have it so there will be a V4. So V4 equals, and in this sort of case, we're going to do that, V4 equals, and then I'm going to bring in some props. So we've got to import, define props from view. So we'll go const props equals define props, and then in here what we'll do is count. That will be of type number. Default is going to be 1. Yep, easy done. And I don't think we have any conditions with props. So view 3 props conditions. So there's declaring it and so forth like that. So the setup, all right, cool. What I want to actually have is I've got to make sure that the props are greater than a particular number. All right. In there. Also, V4 number. X amount of times in range. I've just forgotten how to do this again. Index in. Alright, cool. Yep. In props.count. Index. Hang on, it'll be key. That's perfectly fine, and then the class will be perfectly fine, so all of that will be perfectly fine. And then what we can actually do is up here we can go and state the count will equal, I'm going to say 4, and if we go over here we hit refresh, there'll be 4, and then presto. Alright, so there's some more stuff that we've done tonight. The idea being is this menu will, what's the word? I don't know. It's just, all right. So I'm just having a quick think. Trying to think what else I need to do tonight. So we're okay with the routes. That's pretty stock standard easy stuff. I do need to actually plan out every single route that we need for NearBeach. I have written down quite a lot around the routes and how I want them to behave. I need to figure out how the search will work. So for example, if you have a look at the URL right now, you've got search project. The idea being is the project will be the object that will pass through. However, you've got a search bar up here where you can just search stuff. And then I'm going to figure out if I want that to actually occur. So if people want to do a global search, it will do something like that. And then figure out how that will appear. I've also got to do relevant search and all that kind of fun stuff. Yeah. And it's going to be, I can't complain. Socks has finally calmed down and stopped sitting on my keyboard and mouse and stuff like that, which was very annoying before she got told off. But yeah, I can't complain. I'm doing the redesign of NearBeach. So as you see, this is a mock-up at the moment. So getting things sort of organized and so forth like that. Having it so that you've got placeholder sort of skeletons. Thank you. Yeah, this is because at the moment I can't shift my monitors to shove the camera in between them. I just don't have the strength. So yeah. But yeah, we're coming along with this rather well. I'm hoping to have it somewhat in a respectable state soon. So yeah, I go back over here. I just want to do one thing. I'm just going to probably bump this down into 400 milliseconds and then see how that goes. Boom. All right, cool. I like that. Now that I know how the suspense works and all that kind of stuff, good. So it looks like we're going to have to do it like this. You have a stupid question. What is a Kanban board? I really don't know what they're for. All right, cool. So we'll actually go to NearBeach's production site. This is a Kanban board. The idea is you create different tasks. You got different swim lanes. They're kind of very flexible in the sense that you can name the columns however you want. You can put whatever statuses you want, and swim lanes can be whatever you want. In this sort of case, I've broken up the swim lanes into different sections of NearBeach. For example, the API, the database design, the automated containers and security, documentation, all that kind of stuff. And I put every single task that I need to do for NearBeach in here. So yeah. These are all cards. I don't think I've got many linked tasks in here, but there is a ticket in here to go, all right, cool. If one of these tasks are really big enough, you can then create it into a project or a task. That will be pretty cool. And then you can insert anything, you know, to, yeah, do it that way. All right. So yeah, it is 10:30 here. I do need to finish up very, very soon. I think I'm quite happy with how this is working so far. We just need to get the current route working. So the idea being is when it's on here. All right, let's actually do that. I think, famous last words, I think we can do this very, very quickly. I'm just going to close all the stuff we don't need at the moment. I'm happy with the placeholder stuff. Once again, I'll figure it all out and stuff like that. So it's a visual representation of production and task. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. You can move stuff around and so forth like that. All right, so routing, match syntax. All right, so getting started, we've got the routes and all that kind of stuff. If we go there, we've got all of that, and then all of that. Functional component. All right, cool. We've got the app. Yep, cool. That's how we go around to other places. Yep, sweet, that's perfect. With the compositional API, we don't have access to the component instance via this. So view route includes some composables that we can use instead of about view. All right, cool. So computed, return route query search. All right, cool. All right. So what I want to do, I just want to do a quick sort of test, and to do that, I am going to open up the search page. I'm going to go like this, and we're going to open up this. We're going to go import router, I think it was. Import use router, sorry. Yep, use router, use route and use router. So router and route. So router, we want route. And then down here, I'm gonna, and we also need to import, I keep hitting the wrong piss. Fat fingering. We need to include computed from view. Once again, we're gonna use all the little tiny case. So this will be const, this will be route, route equals use route. Yep, I should flag that as route. Down here we've got computed, we'll do const, we'll do router place equals computed. We're just going to do that, and we're just going to go console log route, and we're just going to go route in here, leave it like that, and we're just going to go return route path for the moment. So down here we've got this, and then we're going to go you are currently stuck on the route, and we're just going to go router place. All right, we're going to go over here, we're going to go up here, we're just going to refresh everything. So there we go, search and project. Now if I go on to new, that will be project new. If I go on requirements, it'll be search and requirement. So potentially, a potential thing I could do is I can pass in a keyword to check if it's in the route. So JavaScript string and string includes. All right, so if we've got, bump this up to the left so you guys can see, we'll just remove all that. That's perfectly fine. Let's say we've got the route, so var route equals search project. All right, and if we go route.includes, and let's say we've got Kanban board, it's going to be false. And we're like, all right, that makes sense. But what if we're including project? So the keyword true, done. That might be the idea of how we do this. Yeah, and then the good thing is with this, and the reason I'm not programmatically doing it any other way, is because I'll have stuff like dashboard, or I might have a route that is project / something else. With the child components, it gets a bit more complicated, but once again, what we're going to do with the setup of the child components is it will belong under yeah, we'll have to figure it out for the child components. All right, so going back into our code, what I can actually do now is we'll need to edit a few things. So we're going to open up the aside. We're going to open up menu interface. We don't need. We're just going to delete that. That's perfectly fine. To just piss it off and be like, so long, sucker. With the menu interface is key or destination. I think. Yeah, destination. That's going to be a string. All right, easy done. Cool. I'm just going to close everything. We're going to focus on the settings and the menu. So those are the only things that have changed. So in here, what we're going to do is we're going to key in the word destination, like so. And in this sort of case, it's going to be dashboard. Dashboard won't have that keyword in it. Sorry, I've just realized this, what I was thinking won't actually work for dashboard. And you kind of want this to actually show on the dashboard. We could do something more complicated and have a store being like, all right, what object are we currently on? It's going to be annoying. We could just do the route as dashboard, so / automatically gets routed to dashboard. That could be a possibility. Then that makes this a lot easier because then we just got the destination in there and we can search for that and be like, all right, cool. Is this in there? Is this in the component? All right. Give me 2 seconds. We're going to go view route redirect. Now another thing is I do actually have the name. Give me a second. I'm just going to refresh. I'm going to move this up to the left. We've actually got a route. We've got a proxy. We've got a target. We've got a full path, which is that. We've got the hash. We've actually got the name. Boom. All right. Let's continue with this. If we click on new project, oh, it didn't do anything. I'm just going to delete that. I'm going to do requirement route. All right, project, target. We've got the name, search. Because we only did it on search. All right, cool. I'm going to delete that. All right, I'm going to go back into here. We're going to go into search. We're going to remove this. We're going to keep most of that in there. That's perfectly fine. What we're going to do is, all of that is perfectly fine. We're happy with that like that. We're going to do it in this. Actually, we're going to set this up temporarily up here. We're going to set it up here. And what I want to do is I want to go import. We want use route. From there, I'm just going to do it like that. Because those are types. I'm just going to do that. Then down in the computed, we need the route set up. So that's got to be up at the top too. So that will be, I will just do it over here, routes. So that would be const route equals use route. I'm happy with that. And then we're just going down here under the computed, we'll calculate, so const is current. It's going to be computed, and what we're going to do, console log, and it's going to be use route dot name. Just going to leave it like that for the moment, and then I'm just going to return false. Easy done. Oh, I set it at the wrong level. I'm getting tired. All right, so we're just gonna delete all of what I didn't need to do in there. Computed is not being used. All right, no offense. Actually, I should set it up like that. So async. All right, so I want to go down into the items. In the items, we've got this false in here. And this is where we want to actually use this. So we're going to have to go import use route from view router. Then what we want to do is we want to set up route, or I'm just going to say route. We're going to go const route equals use route. Easily done. So down here, what I want to do is I'm going to have a console.log, and we're going to have route name, and we're going to have route name. That's all for the moment. This is going to be very, very simple. We're going to hit refresh, and you'll see nothing happened. Route name search. Route name search. All right, so it happened multiple times. That is good. All right, so what I want to do is in here, we still want this destination. So we've got dashboard. Down here, we'll have Kanban board. Down here, we'll have requirement. Down here, we'll have project. Down here is we'll have task. And request for change. So we've also got to do this for the settings. This will be destination. It is going to be settings. Down here is destination. Is going to be log out. Not needed, because when you hit the log out button, it'll log you out. You won't need this, but it's fine. We'll keep it in there for consistency. So now that I've got all of that set up, what we want to do is we've got this, and then we've got a const is active equals, now I should get to the props, and then it should be destination dot to lower case equals and we need the destination. Type string required equals true. That will always fill it out. So oh yeah, I did mean lowercase, two lowercase. I've got this around the wrong way. All right, so const is active equals, we've got to use the router first, so we've got to use route dot name dot to lower. Oh, is it a string? Is it a string? This will be route name. We're just going to do it like that. So we'll have a route name. Then what we want to do, const, and we're going to have to make that as a string. From here, const is active will equal the route name dot includes. And this is where we do props dot destination dot to lower case, and that's it. In here, I'm gonna go set default class if the route name contains the so yeah, when I have new project, it will be called, the route name will be called new project and stuff like that. We can double check all of that in the route very quickly. We've got, yeah, new project, search, dashboard, and so forth like that. However, that being said, the search won't work. Damn it. we'll have to do an or statement where we check either the name or the route. Yep, that'll be fine. All right, so going back into here, if the route name, all right, so we've got two conditions. If the route name contains the destination, we are currently on that. Currently on that route. All right, cool. So we'll just do condition one here. If the route is the same as the destination, we are currently on that route. So these are rolling or statements. So is active will equal is active, or that will now be the route. Now, why is this throwing up an issue? Yeah, that can be undefined. In which case, I'm going to do something like that. And I go equals true. I think I've got to do it like that in here. And that's perfectly fine. All right, so is active, or this will be route dot path dot to lowercase equals the props dot route dot to lowercase. I'm happy with that. Now, that being said, the props dot route in this sort of case, it will be defined. It has to be defined up here. All right, required true. Now, the next step is active. All right, the next step is if the route route new is the same as, if the route is the same as the props route. All right, cool. If the route is the same as the props route new, we are currently on that route. So is active once again equals is active or to lowercase, and instead of route, we're going to go route new dot to lowercase, like so. And then what we want to do down here is we just go is active. Now the good thing is, if this is true, then it should hit that, move on and move on and move on, and it shouldn't process those. Return the appropriate class. Okay, so we've got a couple of conditions where that should work. Ooh, I've just hit massive problems then. Oh, all right. Can't access property to lowercase props destination is undefined. All right. That is because I haven't sent it down. that would be menu item dot destination, easy done. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to double copy that. We're going to go down here. We're also going to paste that in. Now this was complaining about before about having a v-bind and that. We'll figure that out at a later date. All right, I'm going to refresh that. Everything's working perfectly fine. What I want to do is I want to move that off to the right. Notice how project now works. If we go on requirement, we go on Kanban board, we go on that, we click on the new one, we click on the new one there. Look at that. That's pretty nifty. If we click on the settings, boom. All right, cool. So now we've got that all up and running. I think that's probably the easiest way to do it. And the good news is if we've got a child component, so for example, Kanban boards will have Kanban cards, request for changes, we'll have change tasks, requirements will have requirement items, because we're going to set this up where the URL will be requirement, then the requirement, the ID of that particular requirement, then the child object and stuff like that. This will still work. Which is great for us. So yeah, I'm liking this. And then yeah, we've got the hover. Now, if we wanted to make the hover something completely different, because then I thought I had an issue where, you know, that was like that color and so forth like that. We can. I just haven't picked any good colors. These are default colors. I'm not going to worry too much about colors at the moment. I'm just worrying about more of the layout and functionality about this. But yeah, this is pretty good that this is now working. All right. It is almost 11 here. I know exactly who we're going to raid tonight. I've dropped that cube again. All right. Let's go raid Anasass Dev. All right, here we go. What are they? Oh, are they playing a game? All right. Sorry, if they're playing a game, I don't want to raid them whilst they're playing a game. Just because I want to keep this in software and dev, that's all. All right, Mr. Togglebit himself. Yeah, sorry, Anna. Next time, you know I raid you a lot. All right, let's raid Togglebit. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone, for being here today. We got stuff done, which has been great. Yeah, I'm hoping to get more of this done soon. Sorry, I'm trying to think of what I'm trying to say. I need to get the transitions done. There's a bunch of other stuff that I need to sort of test out and so forth like that. Once again, this is just going to be a vertical slice. So yeah. Anyway, I am going to unmute Togglebit. I'm going to mute this, and we're going to hit the raid button. So thank you very much. And for those on YouTube, thank you very much for being here. Sadly, you won't be able to join us. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and thank you very much for being here. Hopefully see you next time.